is this man starting stream on time? Exactly on time, also not sitting on a starting soon screen for like 5 years? What could this be? How's everybody doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Hope you had a good weekend. Hey Pris, anyone else who might be lurking? Jackaboy, how are you? Quag on time. So I was messing around with meme shit, and the DLC made belly flopping more viable too, which is pretty cool. Um, so I figure I'll do that for a little bit while I think of what I actually want to do. I got you with the clickbait. I got you. Right, cat? Or are you imposter? What are you doing, Quag? I don't know what I was doing. I didn't finish the DLCs and I hang out without fear spoilers. Welcome back, Trade Secret. What'd you think? What are the highlights?
Here they come.
Enjoyed the atmosphere and the storytelling. Ritualist is fun. Final boss is a bit meh. Gear seems pretty solid too.
That is ominous.
Yeah, that's pretty much my take on it as well. How'd you feel about the approach to have less procedural generation? How am I gonna go about this? I guess I'll pre-buff. Cubes. Alright, I needed you to not have cubes. I can't fight that. I can't fight that with the flop build. Moving on. I'll actually just start a new run. Look how the first run was set. Makes rerolling a bit less annoying. Yeah, I did not take proper advantage of the first run being set. There's a couple areas I didn't know were there, so I didn't access them, so then I had to RNG into them on future runs. It's a bit of a hassle. No longer ball, it's now cube. But yeah, belly flop stuff. Also, you can make the tires bleed now. Which is pretty cool. Excuse me. Ugh. I don't know how I feel about bleeding tires. It was annoying when they couldn't. So yeah, basically, Blood Jewel applies to belly flop. Painted Blade also applies to belly flop. So we're boosting dots and belly flopping into things. That's Yeah, that's it.
Maybe just need to go
Ring of the Fanatic is also pretty absurd. Which one is that? Oh, yeah, this one. Yeah, that's definitely gonna get changed. Like, definitely. No shot, it stays. Um, and them changing that will have this sort of effect of it'll push Ritualist up by pushing everything else down. Depending on how they address the Ritualist's trait doing the inverse of Band of the Fanatic. Did I click on the wrong one? Yeah, I totally did. Yeah, depending on how they address that, Ritualist stonks could go up, but it's more like everyone else's dot stonks are going down. I'm still pretty confident that, unfortunately, despite Ritualist being,
Yeah, I
you know,
don't trust this
the
place.
dot class, Alchemist, Challenger do it better. Explorer does it better. Imagine my surprise when I took off my status duration boost. Damage went way up. Yeah. Menu looks so complicated to navigate. It's not so bad. I miss. There we go. This is so stupid. I don't know why I'm doing this. Belly Flop has a vertical hitbox. Wait, why did they give Belly Flop a better range than most of the melee? What? Hang on. I was happy about that for a second, now I can't be. Yeah, regular melee would never be able to hit that. Why did they do that? What were they cooking?
This looks important.
Cook they fried. Let bro cook. Should have popped a confidence booster for the stagger reduction. They staggered me out of a flop like 3 times. Run it back. Any success with Creeping Mist mod. I haven't really tried to use it, and the reason for that being is like, why would you use a mod that buffs dots when you could use a mod that makes dots? You know? Oh, ow. Okay, I deserve that. Like, it's all well and good that, the mist is a thing, but it's time-gated, it's resource-gated, and it's competing in a slot with rounds, which is not a competition it's gonna win, ever. But it's not just rounds either. It's Tremor, it's Witchfire, it's Firestorm, it's Voltaic Ranger. It's, boss weapons. I think it's got some, potential on, like, a support build. Like, it's been a conversation that's come up in a couple of streams lately, but some people like playing offensive support rather than the, hey, I'm just gonna heal you a lot stuff. And that could be relevant there. I shouldn't have gotten away with that.
Damn. Is it over?
One of the reasons I'm doing this version of Low Sum is I want to get, Deceit again. And remember offhand, is it Fei Lin or Fei Rin that drops Deceit? Because one's God Splitter, the other one's Deceit, and I don't remember which does which. Fei Lin is Deceit. Oh. Yeah, that's fine.
I'm glad that's over.
Thank you. I'll probably switch to a serious build for him. This flop and Fei Lin is probably not realistic.
Here they come.
I'm getting memed by Huntress here, but I'll switch builds after. It's just too funny to do that. I also do have Ring of Spears equipped, and that would make the most sense to run here. This is a damage aura. The idea is like Ring of Spears on a sidearm, and then Deceit in main hand is like 3 chip damage just for walking near things. But Ring of Spears is still awful to listen to, so. Oh.
Kill the trespassers! Stand still, intruder!
Alright, you can cancel out of a flop with a vault. Kind of interesting. There's dragons in this game? No. There are dragons, like, in universe. Like, the previous game had a dragon boss, but in this one, no. Oh.
They've come for us. Kill them first.
It's civil.
Look alive, intruders! Intruder! There!
The funny thing is about belly flopping is you can still perfect dodge with it. Like the ring that makes a shock explosion when you perfect dodge actually does work. And I feel like maybe it shouldn't, but it does. That's not even the only ring to reference perfect dodge belly flops. So. Oh. I'm down here. like the idea, thematically, of, like, wormhole here, because... Oh. I'm, like, teleporting so that I can precisely slam my stomach onto your face.
You regret coming here.
Uh-oh. This ain't good.
Cool. Invade personal space, acquire soul. How you doing today, Rapid Fire?
Watch out! Here.
It's so stupid.
Take cover, Dran!
Show 'em what Dran are made of! Here we go.
Out! They're here!
It could be a decent AoE clearing tool if I had Ritualist Prime perk for the dot spread. But I don't mind flopping individually. Yeah, flopping against the boss in this map is not gonna happen. I was trying to do something else, but that's fine. This is more correct.
Oh, this place looks bad.
Death to intruders!
Real bad.
Yeah, so the real dot setup of
Look at that.
Medic Challenger.
You never should have come here!
Where I set things on fire by flexing and also by healing.
Okay, this is it.
Stop them!
I was thinking about the old Tormented Heart build concept I did was was it used Invader's backup skill. And as much relic use speed as possible.
What do we have here?
Something like that could be interesting here.
Get the outsider!
We have more tech that supports the actual damage done by detonation trigger dots.
You never saw me coming.
They're here!
Here I come.
Get the outsider! Fresh prey.
World's Edge is broken. What if instead of that over there, like instead of those two, having some more of this would be pretty nice. I guess silly I can make that, to be honest. What's the other option there? Was, Pat, what are you doing? That glaring is really good. Oh. Power Saver could be value, but I am Prime Medic already. Sorry, I'm thonking. I got distracted by the need to have a thonk. Blasting cap ring? No, that's... Formula-wise, a lot of these are just questionable, you know? Alright, so we got Celerity Stone. What was the other relic use speed one? Back on track now. Explosions are always fun. Often are, yeah. Say something? No? It'd be so cool if I could remember things. Apologies in advance if I'm visibly not thinking clearly. Pain stuff today. It's distracting. Surely I had favorited and it's just got buried in the list. Right. Oh, yeah. It was Fey something. Yeah, relic use speed. Let's see how that goes. And I do have max glutton, right? Yeah.
Okay, this is it. So wait.
No. I dodged into a corner. I respected Trapper until the last second, then I got greedy. And do be getting you like that. she will stop.
Holy hell.
It's such a fun fight.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
Spinning exertion. That's a good album name. I don't think that much relic speed is necessary. What can I run instead? That's my mod gen. Not great, but I don't really need to do anything about that. Maybe I just go back to dried clay. Although, Orc is what, 7%, 35, 60% of 35. Like a decent amount of damage to get in that slot. I feel like it's my upfront damage that needs it more. I don't know. It's just my desire to fiddle with stuff that doesn't need to be fiddled with.
I don't like the looks of this.
I'm not gonna bother fighting the aberration. They've made aberration farming a lot easier. At least the you know, not the shard based ones. Oh, I lost track. I'm pretty sure this is wrong, but that's what I mean when I say I got easily distracted. Yeah. Yeah. Whoopsie. cat is being very cat.
Maybe I should check out that mural again.
Yeah, you. I don't have a problem with it. I was making an observation now. This Monday feels particularly Monday.
More bad news.
You know? Wish War Stomp wasn't trash. I really wish War Stomp wasn't trash. Make me very happy. Blood Jewel's probably better here. Meh.
Looks like something's missing.
It's still so loud. Ugh. I need to remember to actually keep an eye on Black Friday sales. There's a bunch of stuff I'm supposed to be scoping out deals for. Keep getting alerts. Everyone's starting their Black Friday sales like from 11 hours ago.
Tell us, stranger. Is that...
Thick Skin and Ellie Resist. Alright, fuck you too, game. He almost got me with that one.
Yeah, you ain't so bad. Ah, bag's full.
Cool. So I've acquired Deceit again. I need to upgrade it again. But, we can test in the ward to see what the damage of this concept would actually look like. The idea is to have Deceit mod active, but not consume it. Ring of Spears active. Yeah, rip your ears. Ring of Ears. Um, and then just, like, chip things down by being near them.
Again.
Hey, Sora, how are you?
Move along, traveler. I'm a busy woman.
Sorry, mommy.
Anything you need? You know where to find me.
Got off work? How was work today? Is that a Mr. David Bowling? You're doing Mr. David Bowling. I haven't used Wrathbringer yet. I feel like maybe it could be fun. Hey, Manigeek, how are you? Great but fuck Monday. I can agree with that. I can agree with that for sure. I don't feel like using World's Edge. I just don't want to. But, like, the struggle to remain optimal. Okay, so this is Alchemist Challenger. I need mod damage. So I suppose there's a pretty good case for swapping out Alchemist for Archon here. To see how this does, just on damage. I don't feel like re-upping my consumables though, so I'm gonna pretend that's not on the table. The quaggy urge for optimization, real. Kanyola, how are you? Good to see you. I'll go Berserker's Crest as this Stonebreaker. Don't need to be doing the max encumbrance stuff I was doing here. I guess Follower makes some sense. Although, do I really need Matriarch Insignia? I feel like I can get my stam cost on that down low enough. Let's find out. Where's the thing? Yeah, I got that down to 15 stam. It could be lower though. Like if I get out of that, oh no, that's a post-ad thing. But still, that should be speedy. Okay. Progress. Trying to make it so I don't need matriarchs. I could probably go one true king. And then these fucking things look like. Oh yeah. I don't have them favorited. It'd make a lot of sense to run Blood Jewel. But on the other hand, I can just not do that instead. I could take that opportunity to do this. I've been wanting to do a dull steel ring thing for a bit. Although, for being real, Atonement Fold's probably better. Oh, what's Pocket Watch's effect again? More stam cost reduction. That does not show there. 58 stam regen a second. I kind of hesitate to run that. It could be good. So let's let me cook. Probably need more damage here. Gambler makes a lot of sense, but being able to weak spot is a pretty big deal. Bonkin. Burden of the Warlock could actually be pretty okay here. I just go with Dried Clay Ring for now. For now. Skill duration still the most relevant thing, or do I want mod damage? We'll see. Well, I can just do that. Okay, now's the part where we get weird. Spirit Amplitude, Resonance, Arcane Strike. Yeah, he's cooking. Who let bro cook? Bigger siphoner, glutton.
Those guns that Brabus sells are better for killing than hunting.
Try this. Arcane Strike's absolutely a waste, but I'm putting it on anyway.
Need something up on the barrel.
Okay. So here's the concept. Ring of Spears. And Deceit. Sorry about the ears. Is that really only 20%? That's 20% sound effects volume, and it's that loud. What the hell, man? Funkin' Remnant 2, baby. Oh yeah, I don't have a mutator there. Like, does feedback? Let's find out. I'm in the position to test, so. No. See, Deceit's a lot quieter. The damage is like... Alright, one more time. Try this. Could potentially have Deceit and Ring of Spears active in Havoc form, and that'd be funny. He's cooking. He's cooking. He's got ideas. He's got weird ideas. Should not let this man cook. He's cooking so hard he's talking to the third person. Where is it? I'm looking for something specific here. Okay, Gunslinger's Charm is fiery reload speed. So hard, you're gonna wish you don't cook so hard. I'll cut you so bad. You're gonna wish I didn't cut you so bad. I love that one. Are there rings that give swap speed? Surely Gunslinger's ring does. Right? Firearm swap speed. Okay, that's still what I want. Hey, Sandy Dan. Your timekeeping jewel doesn't work with affliction trait. So the thing with status effect duration increases right now is they're all sorts of weird. So both affliction and timekeeper's jewel effectively lower your damage because they'll increase the duration of your dot, but your damage will be more spread out. So like they'll have the tick damage in exchange. So even if both work together, you wouldn't want both because then you'd just be quartering your damage. Like the thing that dots need is not to last longer; they need to tick harder, and that's one of the reasons why this ring over here, Man of the Fanatic, is so popular and so broken right now. Because not only does it increase status effect damage, but it also reduces the duration, which also increases the damage. Because you get the same damage you would over that original dot duration, but in 35% of the time. And then that amount gets buffed by 25%. So you want to shorten your duration as much as possible. Even in a world where Timekeeper's Jewel works well with Affliction and stuff, you don't run it. It actively nerfs you currently. Until they change how dot duration works. It's a nerf. I don't expect Band of the Fanatic to stay how it is, nor do I expect the duration increases to stay how they are, because I doubt they want Ritualist to be the weakest dot user, because dots are their whole thing, but currently that's how it works. The best thing Ritualist does for dots is spreads them on kill. Yeah, the 1-2 punch of Fanatic and Red Ring of Death is real good right now. I've never tried Sequence Shot Deceit. That'd actually be pretty decent, huh? Battery as well, of course. Yeah, I want this concept to work. It's just, something's gonna have to give. It's gonna be using World's Edge, and I don't want to do that, but, like, here we are. The thing Alchemist is providing is Frenzy Dust. But I'm getting an attack speed increase from over here. It's just Alchemist also gives consumable duration for better uptime on confidence booster for stagger level and rocket fuel for attack speed. So I think Alchemist is just still gonna have to be here. Like Dull Steel here. The idea behind the swap speed is that juggling gets a little easier. see, the way feedback works is not desirable on that. I guess swapping... Like running Harmonizer here? Yeah. Harmonizer to seed makes sense. So... let's try... cast speed over here. That's not worth. Follower. Yeah, with Berserker's Crest, Pocket Watch, Fragment there, being in normal roll, my stam should be pretty sustainable. Try it. Tried in a live setting. Get my buffs on first. Oh, Darksider Verdanty. Yeah. I can go Strong Drink. Really. If I go Strong Drink, I could get into Light Roll. No. Light Roll.
Maybe just need to go see Riggs. He can probably help with my gun.
Five.
Those guns that Brabus sells are better for killing than hunting.
There's nothing like the 9.8 range, right? 9.4. Yeah, Zealots works. Okay, that's a little better. A little bit better. And I'm opting for Stonebreaker because it's fucking cool. But yes, World's Edge is better. In case anyone ever doubted it. If you're playing melee in this game, unfortunately, World's Edge is just the vibe. Can't really get away with anything else. At least not on a game-wide basis. It lets you just do your same attacks for any range. It's an AoE that hits multiple enemies, goes through walls. It's tied for best stagger value until you factor in the boss mod of DLC weapon. Doesn't do as much damage per hit as Stonebreaker, but Stonebreaker struggles to hit things. For a test. Interesting hitbox there. Since I am in light roll, I wonder if I could actually justify Misty Step here. No. Unless, no. No. Let me swap that out, actually, for more damage. What am I missing? I don't have much melee damage. Global's better. Does Archer's Crest affect this? Doesn't look like it, but I also don't care enough to actually test that. Well, I know what I'm gonna slot here, and it's so adventurous of me. Groundbreaking.
You and you, nothing. Even me. My children, cast their wicked blood into the sea.
Why'd you have to be unstoppable too, man? Can't even hit that Ring of Spheres? That's unfortunate. So, instant charge Stonebreaker is cool, but like... why do I not just lean into the dot thing more? I gotta talk myself into this. That's the thing with doing weird builds. Sometimes you have to talk yourself into not being optimal. Let's see, wait. If I go reinvigorate here, does that visually update? Okay, yeah, that visually updates to 0. So my charged attacks don't cost anything now. Which frees up some stuff. Jester's Bell makes a lot of sense here. I did lose some charge speed. Mod duration would be good for the effectiveness of Ring of Spears, but bad for my ears. I guess Abrasive Whetstone is favorable. Nightweaver's Grudge for that haste bonus is good though. Blood Jewel will get the uptime there. I really need to be in light roll the more I think about it. Normal roll's enough. I'm not doing anything super spicy. I want Fanatic, Red Ring of Death, and I'm applying 2 stacks of bleed at every charged attack. I need that. That puts the cost up to 8, but do I care about that? Maybe instead of Reinvigorate, if I have the dot support, it doesn't make sense not to run Tainted Blade, right? So That's still a 15 stam cost. I think I'm still okay with that. Like, coming out of this with, like, a little more action speed overall from Nightweaver's Grudge. A little less specific to melee. But it still works out nicely.
Don't let them escape!
There's an idea. That would be 40% melee, corrosive debuff, and the status. Do I need Fanatic, though? Here's an idea. Jiggling! How you doing, Ember? Good to see you. I was thinking about working in the perma bleed, the self bleed here. Probably not worth, though. Like, I could get more crit chance. Currently, this is what, 4... 24... 34 crit chance. That's still good on average. I don't need to think that hard about it. How am I? I'm doing okay. Brain is scattered. I've got some chronic pain stuff. It's doing the thing. It's a bit hard for me to thonk.
What the hell happened here?
Being aware of your brain fog is such a weird and unpleasant state to be in.
Death comes for you, outsider.
But other than that, I can't complain too much.
Get the outsider. Stop them!
It's applying them in the wrong order.
They're here!
Ow. Talking to my therapist and friends who've experienced this topic, pretty sure I'm autistic. Checked a lot of the boxes, especially in terms of communication, memory, etc. Realizing my own brain fog is weird. It's bit surreal. Not my favorite thing. I'll try getting some shield on here. Cast speed could be nice. But I think I do need that mod gen. I haven't tried, this thing. Each entity within 10 meters. So I could include myself in that with self-bleed, but... Hmm. Still struggling to, justify not running Edgelord, though. Maybe I run Edgelord there, and then I do go back to Blood Jewel. This would be countered less by Elemental Resist. But I don't need Red Ring of Death if I'm not using Tainted Edge. So what can I do with this slot? Could go Hardcore Metal Band, and that would let me free up Juggernaut to do something else. Like, I wouldn't necessarily need to be Challenger at that point anymore. Invader would be pretty good. Let's try Kinetic Cycle Stone. Oh, I wanted more mod gen, didn't I? Let's see how this goes. Experimentation, you know? Yeah, the Anguish gun. I haven't bothered to go get Anguish.
Shit. They're here.
I gauge. Started a Tactician playthrough and it's so much more fun. I actually need to have strategy with the fights I'm doing. Yeah, Tactician's cool. It teaches you some pretty good habits. There's stuff that you'll see a lot of players neglect, like initiative. And then they go on Tactician and then they make Reddit posts about, man, this fight's too hard. I just... My party gets killed before they can take a turn. And it's like, you're so close to getting it. So close. So close. Every time I watch you stream this game, it makes me want to play it more. That's high praise. But you know me and my build crafty sandboxes, Ember. I just like throwing shit on and being like, hey, what happens if I do this? Oh yeah, sorry about the spears. I have to press F7 times to mute it. I can honestly say you're the only reason I open Twitch anymore. Oh, thank you. That means a lot to hear. I snuck up next to the Null boss and laid out a wall of Nautiloid bombs and fire barrels, ran away, put a minor illusion next to it, everything grouped up on it. Sure, you know what came next? Oh, yeah. Something that I've enjoyed doing is, doing the early game sort of out of order. So you can have things like the Rune Powder barrel from the Underdark. You can have that for that Null fight. And it just so happens that the splash radius is perfectly the size to hit everything in the encounter. and you can get that barrel without combat.
Here they come.
Get the outsider!
You can go get the rune powder barrel at like level 3 and then do early nulls. It's funny. Not that there's not a bunch of other ways to do it.
Stop them!
Okay, unfortunately, this boss, I actually do need to equip this fucking thing.
That's it. For now.
Tainted blade. Attic. I'm not changing anymore. It's only that, as long as my favorite part of D&D style gaming, using the environment, whatever random item you find your advantage in a big fight. It's so fun. I agree. Hey, Paradox. Thank you for the 33 months. I'm sorry I had to be the one to tell you that, that Ogrepon had friends with Gendis. Thank you. You know which Lilithum Star would get me to Butchers? I think you can get it from any of them. Carefreeze. I'm pretty sure... Isn't it just a side dungeon? I'm not certain. Gotta rest, have a great day. You have a good one, Mr. David Bowling. Alright, it's a random dungeon. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think there's a... I mean, you could always use the World State Checker app. It's a third-party tool. Each time you generate a new adventure. Just see what you have.
Maybe I should check out that castle.
But I don't think there's a way to tell early on without that. Like, you might be able to tell after you check one side dungeon, but I'm not sure.
This one looks dangerous. Outsiders aren't welcome here.
What do I prefer here? Yeah, follower just makes the most sense.
Kill the outsider!
booty today. Blue item only rogue build and beat Uber Lilith at 0-0. I'm in awe. I have no frame of reference of how difficult Ubers in D4 are because despite people liking to cope and pretend that it's different than D3 and the fact that player damage scaling gets so ridiculously absurd, it's not. Like, okay, that sounds like something that a player could do. But I'm sure he made it look impressive, because dude's crazy knowledgeable. Hey, Demon Lord. Was we slaying today? Messing around with melee and mod sort of hybrid build.
What do we have here?
Everyone like the DLC? I enjoyed it. Ow. I'll still get you. Get shot in the face with a blunderbuss, realism ensues. I enjoyed it, yeah. I thought the DLC was pretty good. I'm not applying enough statuses for Lighthouse Keeper's Ring to be worth it. Hawken. I'm slowly talking myself out of Challenger into Archon. But I don't want to do that. I'll try this.
Oh, still bleeding.
Do I do that? No. We'll do... Do I have this favorited? I do. Powerlifter's a really good perk here. At 35%. Let me cook, though. Let me cook. I don't have kinship, but I don't think I need it. Arcane Strike is still so questionable. Let me not do that. Although... No. Unless... No. But what if... gain resonance anymore. Should be okay.
This one's mine.
Hit me. That's much better. Never mind. I can take one. I can't take two. Being able to take one is an upgrade.
Fresh prey. Keep them away.
Can't escape my aim. Punish them for their transgression. You'll be dead soon. Can't just come in here and walk.
Okay, yeah, Stam is a problem without Challenger perks. If I see a Hisuian, Arcanine, Fluttermane, and Brian in any combination here, I'm throwing you overboard. Would that mean you're laying hands on me? You become part of the problem and I'm disgusted by you.
Glad that's over.
How you doing, Ken? Love you too, buddy. My stamina cost is questionable right now, let's put it that way. Let's see how much we can do to offset that. I have nothing that's applying statuses from this. Kinda makes me wanna compromise on the charge speed, but we'll see. Like,
Protect what's ours!
the idea here is I want to be doing good melee damage while I have my two mods active doing the thing.
I'm not afraid to use this.
I might have to compromise a little bit.
You never saw me coming.
The thing with doing the perma bleed on self is it reduces your other forms of healing to a point where they become really questionable, right? Um, that makes you want to take more lifesteal. Especially things like Alchemy Stone that are a big percent that synergize perfectly. But I think that's a trap. What if I went crazy? I did Gambler here. What if I was absolutely unhinged? What if I was just him? It's like Archon gets 50% mod damage and 10% crit chance. That's like the main reason I'm on Archon right now. So using a relic for mod power is going to be pretty important here. I guess I get more out of Stone Mist on this build than I do out of Frenzy Dust. But then I won't be bleeding anymore if I do that. Like if I Stone Mist and then use a relic, I am giving myself bleed immunity and then removing my bleed. So then my ring won't be able to work again until Stone Mist is over. But also, this doesn't necessarily mean that the crit chance will turn off. But it does mean my hardcore metal band stacking will stop.
I'm still bleeding.
I don't really want that. There's no point using dry clearing with hardcore metal band. Let's see how this goes. This has been your daily dose of Wag staring at things instead of playing video game. Keep tuning in for the next time it happens in about 5 minutes. Okay. Wasn't sure if there are any of these spawns that happen up there.
Stand together!
I have a good amount of indirect survivability here. Like, Reality Room's great.
Surround us! Sickly service.
Oh no, my mod ended. Okay, now I'm at a point where I'm doing a little too little on the
At least that's over.
melee end. So what if I try this? because the damage bonus will always be stacked because I'm bleeding.
Bleeding won't stop.
And then I'll also always get resentment because having gray health counts as bleeding, or vice versa. It's a one-way street. It's a square is a rectangle. Rectangle's not a square situation. But the stagger reduction is cool. Means I don't need Juggernaut or confidence boosters as much, or Stone Mist. It's a bit slow. We gotta let him cook. Impressed I lived that long. Like, I had no business surviving that, but that's what Crystal Heart with high DR will do for you. You don't need Gambler there. So Gambler pairs super well with the, all the crit chance stuff. Okay, let's look at this from a different angle. How much do I need my melee to actually be good if I just make my mod damage stuff better? Also, does Alchemy Stone proc off of those mods AoEs? Because that'd be funny. Increase in duration. Increases mod costs. That was duration and damage. I'd use that, but I don't think I need that. Odd and skill weak spot damage. If I was actively using the mods, that'd be a little bit better. Effigy Pendant's okay here, but the additional hit thing isn't gonna be relevant in any capacity. I could just Toxic Release Valve. Excuse me, stop interrupting me, thank you. I could just Toxic Release Valve, just, remembering to do that. Seems like a whole thing. Jester's Bell duration, I would have to keep up with skills. And I'm not spamming those skills, so I don't see that happening. Gift of the Unbound to be able to still weak spot with Gambler on is funny, but it's not a net increase because I just lose max health and meh. Like currently I'm giving myself 40% crit chance for my rings. And then Archon's giving me 10 more. So 50% crit chance on mod damage is pretty spicy. I don't feel like I need to worry too much about further crit stuff. At the same time, that amount, I could probably justify not running Archon. I would just be missing out on the mod damage here. And I'd go back to Challenger, I'd be tankier, I'd have more damage. potentially more useful skills. Doing not War Stomp. What are my other options? I could go Invader and then have the option to teleport into range of things. That'd be cool, but Invader's not going to buff the damage of the mods or any dots I apply at all. Like in terms of global damage, I guess Explorer makes a lot of sense. That would give me stamina management as well if I used that skill. Have that extra movement speed. I'm on PP%, BRB. I'm thonking.
Bleeding won't stop.
Okay, I'm back. So if doing Atonement Fold, having all this crit chance, I'm gonna just go back to Tormented Heart. You know me, I'm a Tormented Heart enjoyer already, and it just fits so well here. Because it's got inherent lifesteal. Another thing that does damage. I wouldn't be doing detonation trigger stuff off of it. It's gonna be an adjustment period for me. But I think it could work. I could get additional crit chance here from like Braided Thorns. 15% after kill, but I don't think I need more crit chance in mopping. And more crit chance is not more damage. Because of that, do I run Probability Chord now? 30% increase 50% of the time. Not using dots, so I'm not missing out there. You know, dot can't crit. I could run Shard Banded Ring over here for mod damage and then drop Archon. See how that fares. Challenger and Medic are both just so much better here. Let's see, Challenger versus Medic. I get more value out of Hardcore Metal Band by not being a Challenger.
Bleeding won't stop.
I get more Relic use speed and -1 stagger with Medic. Versus Challenger, I get a lot more damage. Some additional tank. A little more crit chance. Potentially more useful skills. Yeah, like, I can be chilling at 4 stacks of Bulwark without Hardcore Metal Band with Challenger, so this functionally frees up a ring slot as well. And then I'm getting the DR from Intimidating Presence. I can equip heavier armor for more DR as well. The Relic use speed here is cool. That, in a way, that's also freeing up a ring slot. Getting triage from being a medic is going to offset the healing efficiency penalty I'm applying to myself by bleeding. I think Challenger's better, unfortunately. It's Juggernaut. Actually, I can be at 5 with Juggernaut with no need for a hardcore metal band. Yep. I know I play a lot of Alchemist Challenger. It's just such a good combo. And this is a fantastic example of why. It's very hard to find a situation where it's not incredibly valuable. Polarity Stone. Okay, so now that I have that over there,
Oh, still bleeding.
or mod crit chance fragment? No. Mod duration, mod damage. I still go with armor there, or do I just go DR? I'm not in fat roll, so I think DR works out to be more. Okay, so I've disabled weak spots despite using Deceit. And hey, was I right about that time frame? It took me about 5 minutes to start staring at a menu again. Hey Don, title of the stream, killing things in your stomach. Containing a special bat, I can do this any day. Yeah, but I'm not using chemical weapons like your stomach. He says as he poisons a bunch of things. Oh yeah, I forgot Deceit is, like, good. It's easy to forget that. You're being a blunder? Yes, sir. Being a blunder. Or attempting to. I've got the, the mod that makes a little ring of swords around me, and then the mod that makes a big ring of swords around me. Lose rest, gross. I don't need to do this map. Alright, what am I eating for lunch today? Hi, Voidcaster Lewis. How you doing? My Apocalypse Nightfall build. I don't really use Nightfall. It's kind of mechanically uninteresting to me. I used it a bit when the game first came out, when everyone was like, wow, this is busted. I don't currently have a setup for Nightfall. I don't really shoot guns too much in this game. I like doing non-gun stuff. It's still busted? Oh yeah, absolutely. Lots of people who like complaining about things like to pretend that Nightfall was like gutted. No. It went from top tier weapon to top tier weapon. Gun's insane. It's just funny.
That's it. For now.
Which was pretty much infinite ammo. Yeah. And also a lot of DPS and some good healing. That's good stuff. Idea. Challenger is stopping me from doing that without a ring. That's funny. Or I guess it's the strong drink that's stopping that. That idea can wait. Like Bird and the Gambler? I like it. I like things that have interesting give and take. I'm gonna commit this to a,
Bleeding won't stop.
to a slot. And switch back to normal setup while I think a bit. Table's weak spots. I'm aware. It says it right on there.
Who's that? Get out!
It's give and take.
You ain't ever leaving.
Every burden item has an upside and a downside. That's the point. How you doing, Wookie? How's my day so far? It's pretty okay.
Fresh prey.
Trying to figure out what I want to eat for lunch. I'm a little hungry. And this Monday feels particularly Monday. You know what I mean? Kind of a bleh day. I really can't complain too much.
This isn't looking good.
This one's mine.
waiting! Here I come!
I didn't mean to go up the ladder. That'll get you. Good, thanks, man. Having fun with the Sparkfire, Gross Rounds, Twist Wounds, for the 3-stack status. How about you? Using Sparkfire as well. Look at that. Corrosive Rounds, Twist and Wounds. I just one-tap you? Yeah. The Shotgun Duran can one-shot you on Apoc. Very easily.
More outsiders!
Surround 'em!
Fight them together, friends!
Anguish every time charge shot, lose health. I still haven't bothered to go get Anguish. Just not concerned about it. Not like Archon, where it was something that I knew I would get value out of behind a convoluted process. I'll get Anguish when I feel like it. Could be a while. Yeah, these aren't correct, that's why. I was like, what's going on with damage there? Yeah. Explains it. Do I just go Destroyer? No. Yes. No. Maybe. No. Unless. Do that. More use speed's nice. I've heard the damage is bugged on Anguish right now. I've heard the same. It's one of the reasons I'm in no rush. People make some very interesting judgments on items when there's obvious bugs. Like, for example, Abyssal Hook was a boss weapon that you were able to get to plus 20, yet people still got mad when they made it so you could only get it to plus 10. Like, what did you expect? It clearly wasn't supposed to happen. Don't get attached. Same thing happened with the Energized Neck Coil getting its bug fixed. I'm sure the same thing will happen when Band of the Fanatic gets changed, because they've got to change this. There's no shot they don't. Right? You just call me a cumrag? I heard that poorly. T-Dog. Waiting for next month's subscription. That is technically how that works. Good job, you're ahead of the curve. Thank you for the 23 months. I appreciate you. Hope you're doing well.
She's on fire. Eagle quick.
Waiting room for next month's subscription.
I was on time for work, thought drop air streams. Not me being a bad influence.
Come and get some.
Fucking comboed. I don't want you to hit me a little bit to, get relic charge back, but not like that. Someone say bad influence. Mr. Adblock, long time no see. How you doing? Okay, let's see. Instead of that, what a little more upfront damage. Yeah, drag clearing just makes sense. Working and vibing, missing the homies, exclamation point, hug. Glad to hear you're doing okay.
No, it is my another. If you shall not offer tribute.
It's been a while since I've heard him do anything other than get mad at me for wearing his crown.
Nothing. I will not die to such as this. Knights, we have an enemy in our midst.
Good fight. Sora, did the intrusive thoughts win on that one? Really? Right in front of my salad? They did? Ah, yeah.
Real pretty.
But I'm a curious person.
Yeah.
Maybe even a
I don't
silly
think
person.
it was.
Think about that. Okay, so speaking of being a silly person, I need someone to untangle this this knot of thoughts. So, if someone is stressed about some upcoming expenses, does them spending money on food they don't need to spend to make themselves feel better make sense? Absolutely, to be honest. Okay, that's all I needed. Hey, Robin. Ow.
This ain't good.
Retail therapy is real. Yup. Okay. Okay, I feel less absurd. Especially just food. Yeah, that's my that's become my vice in the last couple years. Just food. Figure it's one of the less harmful things to spend on.
More dissident. Fight.
Hey, thank you for that prime. It's good to see you, Ramna. I missed you. Hope you're well. You're jiggling it up. You know it.
She's on fire.
Quack Jiggler.
I don't know why they gave Tormented Heart, like, all of the stagger in the game, but it's so funny. I'd say food for thought. Got him. Bringing the salty tears on the Grim Dawn forums. Are players experiencing skill issue over the changes you were talking about last time? Hey, Dudley. How's the build coming along? It's good. I'm a real Tormented Heart believer right now. We did some belly flop stuff earlier. I was also messing around with you can have Deceits mod active and Ring of Spears at the same time, and then just like walk by things and they die if they're like real close to you. I was toying around with that, like a very passive mod damage build. That one needs to be workshopped a little bit more, but this setup is working pretty well. Fermented Heart Copium, it's good. Hang on, hang on. Let me cook.
Here they come.
You can launch spears in like any state. Yeah, you can cancel out of like charged melee attacks. Just something I need to mess around with more. Even down state. So like down is in out of health, or down is in you got knocked like temporarily. Because both of those are funny. Looks hilarious. You do the mod use animation. Amazing. So what you're saying is we're probably going to get a hot fix just for fixing the absolute knot of spaghetti that is Ring of Spears. Like, make it quieter during that update, maybe? Maybe. It's like a little quieter. Well, no, I'm capping. It'll probably get a lot less desirable once dots are balanced how they're supposed to be. But in the meantime, I need to stop knocking that one down there. Nothing but problems. Also, that's supposed to be on that bar. That trigger working out? Yeah, yeah. Detonation trigger works with Tormented Heart, so that plus you know, Fanatic plus Red Ring is pretty good AoE clear. Once they make Affliction not a nerf, then it'll be a pretty good ritualist option because it's Death Wish compliant because it's lifesteal. But also, it hits through walls. So the spread of the dots will do some pretty good map clear. I think thank you for testing has to be one of the best commands in any Twitch stream. It's got so much history behind it, man. Always makes sense in any context. Yeah, it was like an inside thing that's easy enough to understand that everyone's like, fuck you, Nightbot. Because that's the spirit. Captured the intended spirit. Perez, I think it was a rampant thing. But yeah, that trigger works on Tormented Heart. Tormented Heart hits through walls, has crazy stagger value, built-in lifesteal, built-in use speed increase. So Medic Challenger or some combination of Medic Challenger Alchemist is really good for boosting it up. Once they change, you know, the Affliction, then Ritualist will be in the conversation there, especially if you're doing some like Death Wish shit. Because then Death Wish Tormented Heart's probably pretty good. Need to fix Affliction. The thing we have to keep in mind is once they do that, it's likely that Band of the Fanatic gets more complicated as well. Like, doesn't become a this is always a straight upgrade type thing. So we'll have to see. Because just fixing Affliction is not gonna put Ritualist up to what anyone who isn't a Ritualist plus Fanatic does right now, right? So like the overall power level of Dots is gonna go down, even though Ritualist is gonna come up to meet everyone else. So it'll still be a good change, you know, making the Dot class actually relevant for Dot builds compared to everyone else. But like, there'll be downsides. Dot class being the best at dot builds, my Borderlands brain cannot comprehend. On Mo's. Downside's not, it's a buff fix, that's all. I usually look at it that way as well, Dudley. Like, I'm one of those people who... Bug fix, yes. Bug fix, good. There's no gray area there. Game working as it's supposed to, good thing. But I'm sure you've seen this in your time as a theory crafter who talks to people on the internet about theory crafting. There's always going to be someone who frames a bug fix as a nerf. In every room, there's at least one person who thinks that way. Beneficial bugs are a thing. But a bug fix is still a bug fix. It can bring the level of power or something down. But like, a nerf is, oh, this is doing more than we wanted it to, and it's not, like, doing something else, right? Hope they don't change Anti Crystal or Cinturing, because those seem like bugs. That one's a little harder to figure out, because they have gone after things that are mults before, right? Like when Rampage was a mult, they didn't want Rampage to be a mult, so they changed that. I don't know. That's one of those things that could go either way. Considering how long Cinturing has been known to be doing what it's doing, though, I feel like they've had ample time to change it if it was acting outside the behavior of what they planned for it. Maybe that's cope, but like, it's been known for a while at this point. Does this not have the correct projectile to do this? Or is it just not here? Huh. I thought that was a guaranteed drop. It's not. Wanted my scrap. That's true, but I guess now it's much more relevant with the new status sources to be able to reevaluate. I could see something like that happening, yeah. Like the problem that Affliction has, Timekeeper's Jewel had that, but nobody cared because it wasn't relevant. It's just the same thing, but now it's happening in two places and one much more relevant place. So that's making people look at a thing differently. I imagine the same thing can happen on the dev side, where something that they're like, whatever, it's fine. Later down the line, they're like, this is no longer fine.
the mouse. This will be I have killed putrid. If people. So be it. Make come. I shall not
Make your come, he said. I don't make the rules. Gotta listen to the king, chat.
Another insect for my collection. Over here.
Kind of forgot to have ammo.
Come, my faithful friend. Serve your king.
Stand together! This one looks dangerous!
Such are the consequences of treachery.
Skill issue. I think the timekeepers work in pre-DLC, if I recall correctly. I remember it's something that could have changed behavior multiple times, because I do remember, like, early in the game's life, during that window where, I mean, you remember, where I was just here playing this game, like, 7 hours a day for, like, a month and a half. At some point during that time, I have a core memory of putting on Timekeeper's Jewel, looking at my bleed damage from Blood Jewel, being like, that got lower, and then unequipping it and never thinking about it again until the DLC came out. I was trying to make dot melee work at some point in those early days. Ajax with Bleach, how you doing?
Over here. Face off, insect. If death is what you desire, so be it. Pay attention. Pain is all that awaits you. Face off, insect. Behold true power.
If I were increasing damage on tooltip pop-up, maybe it was only in the menu.
Yeah, that's right! Oh, you scrapped with the wrong guy, baby!
A thought I had about it is it's one of those things that they probably didn't catch because of how many new and weird dot things. Like, there's no way they would have been able to catch all at the same time without knowing at least one of them was happening, and then being like, okay, now we need to check everything, which you could argue is good QA. But like the affliction thing, the the neck coil thing. I guess the affliction thing and the fanatic thing are the same thing, but inverse. Like, there's enough weirdness that what I imagine they probably did was tested it all on ritualists. Or like, cool, class is feeling good, and then thought no more of it. Because if you were to take a ritualist, slap on everything that seems like it has anything to do with dots, you don't see any of that stuff, right? Like, oh yeah, I've got 7 dots on this target. They die pretty quick. Dot class doing dot class things. Let's do Yeisha. I feel like doing Yeisha. I haven't done enough Yeisha lately. Corruptor Yeisha, though. I was kind of hoping for Ravager. That's fine. I hope they do a balance pass for melee mutators. That's something that's actually high on my wish list now.
I've never seen anything like this before.
Because, like, walk me through why Guts, Overdrive, Resentment, and there's one more that's relevant here, I think. And Vengeful Strike. Walk me through the balancing of all those against each other. It's like, a lot of them do the same thing in like a very slightly different font, or the same thing but at just a massively lower value. Like, the condition for this is so ridiculous. For Vengeful Strike. Low health for like not only less melee damage, but also less crit stuff than equivalent things. For like a way harder to fulfill, way more detrimental state to be in. Meanwhile, Guts is just... like, this works if you're bleeding as well. We now have a perma-bleed ring, but we also had ways to do perma-gray health. So, Guts is good until you also recognize the fact that, oh, this secondary effect, the crit damage, goes off of percentage of gray health you have. And you go with something like Resentment, which just looks for the existence of gray health, gives you raw damage, which is consistent, and then gives you stagger reduction, which is a really rare effect. So, like, in the same builds, that are likely the only builds you could benefit from that on, this is just objectively better. But, like, why do they both exist? Something Remnant game design is usually good about is that rarely do you have something that is just a better version of something else that invalidates its existence. You often have like an effect and then a slightly better version of that effect, but usually there'll be like a difference in opportunity cost, or it'll be like ring slots where you have 4 of them, so you just equip both. But with mutators, they're such a coveted slot and there's so much overlap. Especially in the melee slot. I take more mutators rather than less. I agree with that. Even a tool you won't use in the toolbox is another tool in the toolbox. It adds to the depth. Absolutely. And there's always the chance down the road that they're able to rework one that isn't desirable into something that is. That's easier to do, I would think, than just creating a whole new thing. they have any sort of analytic system, but like usage rates of different mutators. It's like that. I imagine they'd have to, right? That seems like a question for Tragic. Now that's a burning question. Okay, you put that in my mind. I really want to know that now too. I can see what people don't use and why. There's things that make me want to believe that they do have those analytics. Stuff like the Nightfall Fire Rate nerf. You know, ye old Nightfall Fire Rate nerf. That had to have been popularity motivated, right? To encourage people to branch out. Because it's one of those superficial things that just brings it more in line with everything else while still leaving it ahead. But the people who knee-jerk and hate when anything gets reduced are gonna just stop using it completely, which spreads out usage rates, so it makes sense. You make a change without actually making a change that matters. Happy with DLC and stuff, but not gonna lie, the game's so buggy right now. The DLC release was just not clean. There's some very glaring things that are of the variety I absolutely would not want to make through QA. There's the whole thing with, and I imagine this is more on the publishing side, but the game showed up late on storefronts, and then also the DLC wasn't owned by people who bought Ultimate Edition on multiple platforms for a while. So it took them hours to figure that out. And there was the co-op connectivity issue on PlayStation, the consistent crashing on Xbox. Like, the release was a mess. I say as someone who's been enjoying it the whole time. Spec new emote just dropped on behalf of David. Og. Hang on, I'll check after I'm no longer being attacked by nature. Or how people will be turned away again because crashes. Last time I played, people couldn't join my Steam. Yeah, it's stuff like that that can really undercut the growth of an IP. Obviously, it's never intentional, but it's frustrating to see. I love that. Oh, that's so good. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Hang on, hang on. That's so good. Mind blown. Thank you so much, Pup T, and Mr. David Bowling. He's asleep right now, but that's so cool. I'll definitely to find room to upload that. Twitch, give us more slots already, please. Like, having more animated slots will let me move stuff around. They said they're gonna give more animated slots. Where are they? Gimme. that's my frustration. I just want to see this IP take off. Yeah, Remnant 2 like grew the audience so much, like, with From the Ashes being pretty underground and underappreciated. 2 being received more in the mainstream was good, but then it's still hanging a little bit. It's still stalling. Like, it could really grab, in particular, the Souls-like fan base, because they will fucking buy anything. But, like, this is actually good, and it's in their genre. They just need to know about it, and the game needs to, like, work. I think they really polished Melee. This game really benefit. Yeah, Melee is... They have made no strides in trying to make Melee better. Which, you know, it could have been fine. But they have made strides in making their gameplay and their boss design more complex. So, like, most of the bosses in the game, you just... Melee builds are like, oh, do I have World's Edge? No? Reroll. You can do it without it, but, like, you don't ever want to. And that indicates some deeper problems, because World's Edge is just shooting a gun that consumes your stamina bar instead of bullets. It counts as melee damage, you know. In terms of gameplay loop, it's stand still, deliver attack. It's a gun that forces you to stand still. It just has stupid hitboxes. And that's not what people want to use when they do melee. Simple roll attack is what I want. Some sort of, yeah, thing that lets you do melee damage while moving would go a long way. Better distribution of gap closers, like having to do some sort of infinite roll setup or play invader to have any sort of melee gap closer is a little awkward. Needs to be a ring where if you have no guns equipped, increases the range of your weapon by X amount. I'd like some sort of infrastructure to make it so the enemies you find in a run will at least be, like, melee friendly. Like in the DLC, there's nothing that's terrible for melee to deal with. Like, if you're used to dealing with flying Fae, other than that, you can melee everything. But on, say, you know, Yeisha, absolutely fucking not. You just straight up can't melee, Phase 1 of Legion. You can't melee Mothermind. You can't really melee Corruptor. Like an archetype even that does that. Hear me out. Gunblade. Explain. Well, like a gun that does melee damage? From Borderlands experience, I can tell you that that goes nowhere good. This is the dot one, right? Sinister Totem. Yeah, applying a refreshing negative status effect to an enemy increases status damage by 1% for 15% max. For 15 seconds, the max 50 stacks. Like that. Nah, I just want it. Fair enough.
This is it.
I would equip it right now, but I'm being a tormented heart apologist. Also, it's funny to use detonation trigger to make medic and challenger skill activations kill things. The Tormented Heart comes from the Tormented Asylums that mean people who use it belong in an asylum. I don't feel like I'm equipped to make a case for myself here. Can someone else be my champion? Step in to defend me? Stop Dudley from putting me in an institution? I mean, everyone needs help sometimes, but not for my based item choices.
All right, let's do this.
Did I miss the jazz hands? We can always circle back around to the jazz hands, Chester. Thank you for the 25 months. Tormented Heart with Ritualist Vial must be sick though. It's pretty cool. It clears out large areas. It's one of those things though that it's like one of the least efficient options in terms of like gearing. Like
It's the girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Did I miss the jazz hands?
thanks again, Jester. I hope you're doing well. Like in terms of input economy, it's really efficient. You just pop your relic, which is even sped up, and then you know area gets nuked, and then next room over gets nuked, and next room over from that even can get nuked as well. But that's running Tormented Heart and Debt Trigger, which is going to detract from the power of other things you do. Which I'm just knowingly doing it anyway, because I think it's fun. But I think a lot of people would be like, why do that when I could do the Sinister thingy and then shoot Spark Shot for big damage and do some shit like a Diverting Heart Miasma or something, you know? It costs a lot. I still like it, so I'm still doing it, but I don't think I need to sit. I should for ammo though. Let me mantle, dick. Crossroom is definitely a Tormented Heart moment. It's so good here. Something I've never bothered to test is you know the stagger relic fragment? I'm unsure if that has any actual valid use cases. Because for the most part, stagger is like, hey, this thing is good at staggering, this thing isn't. I've never bothered to look into the in-betweens. Ups new staggering, yeah. Because stuff like World's Edge and Fermented Heart are really good at staggering already. Like, I suppose we should entertain the possibility of what if they could be even better at staggering things. Do you need to do that? Never. But it could be funny. And it would give it some additional use case outside of Debt Trigger. Like, I might be willing to run it without Debt Trigger if it was just, instead of like 80% of the time everything staggers, 100% of the time everything staggers. Consistency is key.
Here they come.
Especially for something low cost like a Relic Fragment slot. Cat. Start getting ready. Driving over to Japan for Thanksgiving. I hope you have an excellent Thanksgiving, Dudley. Always fun having you, always fun chatting. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for being here. Cat, what are you doing? What do you want? I don't know why I still bother to get Blood Moon Essence. It triggers me every time. Just do it anyway. Habit, I guess.
Is that music?
I didn't even know you could spawn over there. That was wild.
What the hell happened here?
The rare Kayla. I like this dungeon so much more than was to Chantry. I just dislike Legion immensely as a boss. But fighting these gunners is something about it's enjoyable. I don't know. Weird. What do you think, Jake? Good insight, Cat. I'm actually really glad that they made the spark shot so ammo inefficient, because I absolutely love strong and mechanically interesting things that have clearly defined downsides. Not having the clearly defined downside thing really takes points off for me. But it's something else to think about while you're using it. Something else to build around. A weakness to overcome. Live for that shit. It's also absolutely the reason that they gave Ritualist an ammo perk. I refuse to believe that that's there for any other reason than in testing. They're like, I want to shoot this gun more. Okay, just give it some ammo. But like, not on the gun. Put it on the dot class.
Empty.
I wasn't watching. I'm being punished. Oh yeah, remember when I was debating food? That was an hour ago. And I just did nothing about it. I remember that. So we switch off of that trigger here because you can't ignite things that are in a thimble of water. So we have to adjust.
Oh, yeah.
Why are you Ellie resist? Add reflexes. It's fine, actually. It's got tentacles. Oh, literally tentacles. Yeah, literally. That was some kind of nature lady who got tentacled by a tree. It became that. The delicious yet questionable decision to have Taco Bell for lunch, not regretting it too much yet. I really like Taco. Crunchwrap Supreme with Diablo sauce? Though I shouldn't have spicy food right now. Probably watch what I eat right now, to be honest. I got like a throat thing happening. Probably gonna get that checked. Sort of feels like that time a couple years ago I had that really bad tonsillitis. But I'm terrible at gauging my own pain. So I never know if it's like, hey, you didn't drink a glass of water in the last 3 weeks. Or, hey, seek medical attention immediately, you know? Also, my phone's on 9%. It's probably gonna die before I actually place this order. We'll live dangerously. Hey, Jaybridge. How are you? I just watched 3% just tick down on my phone. 4%. I'm watching it go down in real time. This is a race. No, don't take another 2% and then freeze. No, stop it. Don't do that. We're through 9% trying to place an order. What the fuck is your phone? It's an old ass iPhone, man. I'm not kidding when I say I don't like spending on like large purchases. And that food is my only spendy vice. That and subscribing to the homies on Twitch. But I've been trying to work on that second one. iPhone is your first mistake. Yeah, I miss not having an iPhone. If we're being real. $50 phone, cheap and effective.
Here they come.
The phone I was most satisfied with my entire life was a hand-me-down, one of those early Androids. A buddy of mine in high school got a new phone. He's just like, do you want this one? I was like, sure. And I just got it, activated it, and I was like, hell yeah. Playing fucking Pokemon games on emulators on my phone in class and shit. It's great. Also never gave me any problems. Forgot I need to put that back on. Get rid of the green text thing by ditching SMS. It just surprises me that it took this long. I deserve that. course, I say that because I go hard for Google Pixels, which is its own sort of cringe. I mean, I think being a Google stan is like on the rungs of the naivete ladder. I think it's like not quite as deep in as doing the same for Apple.
Here we go.
That's my hot take.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Quag Chad Yo Quag. I like you. That is all Quag Cozy.
I like you too, Dex. Thank you for the 3 years of liking me. We're doing the Quag Shy thing. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. It really does help me out. Once again, Apple moves forward based off of EU pressure. Just goes to show you, you know, how much actual regulation in favor of consumers done by organizations like the EU could accomplish, and it's just, it's not that you can't do it, it's that they won't do it. Apple in particular has gotten away with so much shit that the EU striking them down like what, twice in the last decade has been newsworthy. Also applicable to things like you know, everything Musk tries to do. At this point, I've been using Google stuff so long, not actually saving my privacy by leaving. So, fair enough, yeah. Their statement about accepting RCS, Apple basically said, yeah, we'll do it. Our security is so much cooler. RCS security sucks, but okay, fine. That's so on brand. Back what we were talking about. Cell phone tech stuff and adjacent topics. Yeah, no more green texts. No more, oh, you don't have the blue? Peasant. Can you email that video to me? Green text. Basically, if you have an iPhone and someone who does not have an iPhone texts you, it's different because Apple specifically set it up as a two-tier thing, just in the same way they do everything to be proprietary to force purchases that don't make sense. like that picture of the ant holding the stick with the bag on. I don't remember how to navigate this tile. I remember that I don't remember how to use this tile. You know what would have been nice? More relic fragments. Because relic dust is continuing to be just a worthless resource to me. I wish there was something meaningful you could do with it, but you can't. Like, it's just vendor trash. Discord notification, I saw Jazz Hands listed as this band kid build. Ritualist does some band kid stuff. Like once you apply some dots to enemies, then you hit them with the old razzle dazzle, and then they start spreading their juices all over the place. Basically Bandcamp.
All right, let's do this.
You had me at juices. Sentences that are probably said in my orbit too much. Says something negative about me. Something you reap what you sow. Fair point. Jazz hands the dance kid thing, not a band kid thing. What percentage of overlap are we feeling between dance kids and band kids? May as well throw theater kids in there too. I feel like, you know, dance kids and theater kids definitely are you know, jazz hands more involved, but band kids at least have like the awareness of jazz hands and their significance. At theater and band, no dance, and here we do have an awareness. Time at band camp. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but that movie is over 20 years old. Closer to 25. Oh, great, great. Yeah, that makes me feel good. That makes me feel real good. Venn diagram when? I feel like we could do an entire stream of just interesting Venn diagrams. You had to be L resist, didn't you? This is one of the bosses I was shitting on earlier when talking about how melee could be more accessible in this game. This boss sucks. Not because it's poorly designed or anything, but because it absolutely was not designed with melee in mind, except for World's Edge. No, I'm bad.
Thanks for looks like I'm full up. At least that's over.
Was that conversation we had a while back? Everything's either snake or a dog. I thought it was a dog. We had dogs, cats, and ducks. And we decided everything could be sorted into the category of dog, cat, or duck. Have snakes and dogs? I mean, you have dogs and ducks. Snakes, I feel like they fit into the category of duck. Because they don't have the four-limb structure that cats or dogs do, so they go in the other category, and that's ducks. Also, a lot of snakes can like swim on the surface of water and like do so in their normal habitat. Therefore, snakes are ducks. Hope that helps. Cat's decided I cannot get up to eat lunch. Real cat shit right there. Learn a lot here. Why you pay me the big bucks. Why does the Mothermind OST go so hard? The OST for this game in general is just... I love the category of video game music where they went really hard on shit they did not need to try that much on. Like, Remnant does that in a lot of places, but Risk of Rain is like that. Hades is like that. Infamously, the pause menu in GoldenEye has just the filthiest music for no reason. Shit like that gives me life.
Wow. What is this place?
Doom, they absolutely needed to go that hard. Yeah, that's a different category. Doom is like, with Doom 2016, they established that that is synonymous with Doom now. You gotta have it. So Eternal had to be, you know, what it was. Where am I supposed to be going? Probably back behind here. So, no. Cathedral, and then well, I'll still check down there. There's like a ring, and I don't remember if there's a new ring that pops up on Yasha, so I should check that ring spawn. You got the boomstick? I did, Lil Rambo. I did. How you doing today? I think I'm a completely different tile. I was. Huh. That's why Strimmer needs food. Needs food to be able to brain. Too much of a tormented heart enjoyer. I should really be messing around with what's the name of the thing? Sinister Idol? What it was? Yeah, Sinister Totem. Because that's just really, really good. In fact, maybe next time I try to cope myself into Ritualist being worth using currently.
Alright, come and get some.
Maybe I'll have to use that. A 200 tip from customer today? Hey, that's always huge. That's awesome. I mean, under the weather. But I got food coming that I'm excited about. And stream's been fun, so I could always have more to complain about. Okay, but back to the biology discussion. These roly-poly things. Are these dog, cat, or duck? What do we think? Because they got 4 limbs. But I don't know which classification. Not agile enough to be cat. That's valid. But much like a cat, they have an extreme desire for physical violence. I don't know. It's a difficult one to sort. I don't know if we can use the same measuring strategies for fantasy creatures as we can for real ones. It'd be like trying to apply international law to fictional places like Finland. One of these days I'm gonna say something stupid like that and someone new is gonna think I'm actually that stupid. These people believe some weird shit. Alright, hurry up and die. I think my food's here. Yeah. Alright, BRB. I am back. What button did I just hit? Oh yeah, accidentally full screen OBS. Why don't I do that already? Okay. Sushi. Sushi. I really like Medic's Prime perk with Tormented Heart. It's a fun combo. There's a lot of longevity. Basically just instead of having an offensive skill to use, I have that. It works out nicely in terms of having a diverse toolkit. Like I mentioned before, the biggest downside is that I'm kind of forced into Detonation Trigger. But with the current state of dots, that's fine. Just I am skeptical of the damage of that once they change how some of the stuff works. What games are we already playing right now? I still need to start Alan Wake 2. And I keep forgetting that Ghost Runner 2 came out. Play that as well. I'll probably start playing Risk of Rain Returns in a couple weeks. When I travel. I could just play it on like the plane and stuff. We got Pokemon DLC in a couple weeks as well. There's a Mario game that recently came out. I probably won't play that, but I've heard good things. This is the longest it's been since I've played Baldur's Gate, by the way. Like a week. Bro, not at all. Also kind of wondering about what kind of reveals we're gonna get for upcoming games. In terms of like the Game Awards coming up. There have been rumors floating around of like Fallout 3 and Oblivion remasters. There's rumors that Capcom's gonna drop something big this year. Well, which if they announce Devil May Cry 6, I'm gonna need to research medically induced comas so I can use it for Forge time travel. I have a backlog of a bunch of things I need to play. I still don't think I've ever gotten through a backlog for like the last 2 or 3 years, which is interesting because 2023 is notably like a year of really good releases. 2022 was pretty questionable. How was 2021 as a year for new games? I don't quite remember what even came out in 2021. Like that. I'm struggling to remember the releases of that year. Curious enough. Yeah, quick Google. Oh, detour. Probably don't want soy sauce on my mouse. Probably doesn't help its performance. I suppose I don't know that for sure. Maybe it's just it's properly lubricated now. Suppose we'll find out. Game releases 2020. This is probably why I don't really remember much, because there's not much. Resident Evil Village, I enjoyed that. Still haven't played Returnal. Real interest in Deathloop, no real interest in Halo Infinite. Monster Hunter Rise, still haven't played, I own it though. Outriders. The 2021 release I played most was Outriders. Huh. A weird stat. I liked Outriders. Just would have benefited a lot from the looter fan base not being the people who latched onto it. I'm not gonna say having a looter fandom interested in your game is a death sentence to your IP, but I'm not gonna not say that either. Valid. It's just one of those things where, like, a vocal category of, of gamer, for example, wanted everything in the industry to emulate Destiny as much as possible. And Destiny itself is now proving that maybe you shouldn't do that, because it was never sustainable anyway. By any metric. Also, like, the last 3 years of game releases have really soured public opinion further on the concept of live service. Rightfully so. There's a lot of looter fans who still think that the final form of that is live service. Which, if you're on the same side as no conversation as Warner Brothers Studios, you should probably do some introspection. Probably re-examine your stances on, like, everything. Got a live service for you. Pants grab. Stone's 33 pants grab. I missed that emo. Who embodies live service? Is that why it barely works? Did you feel like the constant updates to BL3 made it live service? It did indeed keep that landscape talked about and relevant for a long time. See, BL3, and this is the devs term that they used for it, was pseudo live service. What that means in practice is they just had active content development for, like, longer. They just kept doing shit to the game. Like, oh, we could put this in, we could put this in, we could put this in, we could update this, we could tweak this. Had a longer content cycle, that's all. Rotating mini events, which even games that aren't live service or attempting to be live service do, so that is not a trait inherent to live service, like some pretend it is. They were able to do the, hey, we are actively trying to keep your interest thing without doing all the bad shit that comes with a live service model, like aggressive monetization, always online, the game becoming just, you know, unavailable when servers are shut down. All the most live servicey thing by those standards in BL3 is EchoCast. funny to think about. Every Thursday having an update was so much fun. It was something to look forward to. And like that aspect of it is again, something that's not strictly a live service thing. Echo cast. Basically, the way I see it, live service stuff has like a few key forms it can take. One, you have something like Destiny, which eventually collapses on itself and has its own fandom turn on it. Due to any number of factors, but that's the fate. Two, live service games that are not actually live service games at all. Things that just get the live service label. Such as Borderlands 3 with the pseudo live service. Games that are kind of on the other side of that fine line with BL3, or BL3 is not a live service, but something like Outriders that is not a live service but carried enough elements and enough downsides of the live service model that it suffered like one. For example, it being online only, that just hurt it. It never ever helped it. I know they had some great dev communication explaining their process with balancing and how being able to make changes server side really helped them out in a bunch of instances. The game as a whole still suffered from being online only. And then you have stuff that's just not even the last category. You have stuff that's just like not even dead on arrival. Just stuff that people see ahead of time. They're like, oh, why should I care about this? Stuff like that Suicide Squad game, which has become the poster child for people disliking live service. As it should. Dude, it's a lot less health than I remembered. Oh no. I was not paying enough attention. I thought I had another couple extra seconds. But I've never died that way before. Where the laser beam didn't kill me, but the knockdown into the void did. Love that for me.
Great. Or bad news.
need like a bullet. Like singular. That was so close to tragedy. Some bosses can't die from dot ticks. You have to like interact with their main physical body. Lope King and Corruptor come to mind. And my Nebula did not have range, so I needed to either World's Edge or shoot with the shotgun. Yeah, Stacks, I'll interact with your physical body. Okay, so the deceit setup. I still think that has potential. I gotta work my way back around to that. I've just been having fun using Tormented Heart. It's chill, it's comfy. Still need more corrupted shards for these. Hey Vocal, how you doing? Consensual decks? Ha. Yes. Up 1.5 per. Not bad, but like we were talking about earlier, just melee mutators are so weird in terms of overlap, and just a lot of them aren't good. Like Dreadful is so bad. 20% range damage in exchange for having gray health. Like, yeah, upgrading it doesn't increase the max you get. It just decreases how much gray health you need to get to that max, but like that's so bad. It's dreadful, yeah. Pretty uneventful day today, which is nice. Hope you're well. Today started out like, nah, it was like one of those maybe today's good things. Stuff going on and stuff and things, but sure it's been fun, and I indulge my vice of ordering myself food whenever I'm feeling some type of way. That was nice. Scarf down some sushi. But Remnant do just be a good time to build craft in. You missed the conversation by a couple minutes. We're having the live service bad discussion again. Talking about games industry stuff in general. Potential strike goes up by 3% per. Like 50% below 50. I'm trying to find value. I just can't. I need to go, man. Anything we can do? No. It's nothing super major. I mean, maybe it is. Just like health stuff and then finances stuff. No. Everybody's adult life. Spent a bit too much time browsing the Borderlands subreddit recently. I'm all maxed out on bad takes for now. Any you want to offload? Share the pain?
You must.
I still haven't actually even fired yet. Where is this thing? What does it even look like? There it is. Monarch. Nothing you've never heard before. People only have 3 points talking about BL3. Too many legendaries, story bad, and not enough handsome Jack. Did I get it? Not as confident on that third one. That's a weird gun. It's also loud as fuck. Why'd they make everything so loud in this DLC? People still swear in my Herald Grog combo on Sal, which is certified cringe moment in 2023. People get stuck in their ways, and especially ways that people with large platforms have said is best. Like, you think because someone has several 100,000 YouTube subscribers that they can't be talking out of their ass? The answer to Borderlands players is yes. Story bad take gets split into so many different things, hard to keep track of. Yeah, it's got a lot of subtopics. How's Bandit on this actually? Ava bad, Twins cringe, Maya death bad, Writers bad, etc., etc. Yeah. There's no shortage of talking points there. I'm really sorry how loud that is. I guess I'll turn my whole game volume down. I don't want to use this gun now. I need to test it though, so we'll just turn game volume way the fuck down. BL3 haters need to play a single endgame build. I'm sure at least 50% would change their opinion on the game. I think you're making an assumption that we need to not make, Ramen, and you're assuming that the discussion is being had in good faith. It's not. Like, there are plenty of people who are regulars here who also play Borderlands games who have different taste in content and different taste in games. Like Vocal and I have very different tastes in what we do in those games. But like, because Vocal is a good human being who is intelligent and likes having actual discussions, still find a lot of common ground and stuff. Gage is another one of those. You know? People who just like games and want to discuss games with people. You cannot assume that the majority of people who are having those sort of discussions, especially in Borderlands subreddits, you cannot assume that they're like Vocal or Gage or anybody here. If you are here listening to this, you are already like less predisposed to acting like that, like those people on the subreddit, which is a good thing. A compliment to everybody here. Honestly, reading through the negative reviews on Steam can be a fun time. The amount of sexist, transphobic, and just generally unhinged comments can be entertaining. Oh yeah, I was scrolling on my phone this morning, and different fandom, but you know how much of a cesspool the Star Wars fandom is. Yeah, that sets the tone. But it was like a dude was giving a possible explanation for why nobody's lightsaber hilts get like chopped during a fight. Reference the thing in lore where it's stated that there's a magnetic pull between blades, so it's really hard to actually like have your hands hit and stuff because it's likely to just go to the blade and stuff. Like it presented that as a possible reason for why crossguard sabers could actually work. It was cool, overthinking a little detail in a nerdy fandom as nerds do. And then the comments were just Disney ruined Star Wars by making it woke. Like that. I'm just like, bro, will you go anywhere people will listen to that shit? First of all, if you use woke as a pejorative, you're actually just fucking room temperature IQ and devoid of any positive human trait worth interacting with. And I want you to fuck off with every fiber of my being. But also like they don't even have good arguments for the things they're saying. Like, for example, this idea that the Disney Star Wars thing is entirely this, like, poorly disguised to progressive value things. Like, do you not remember when they took the single black guy in the entirety of the first two movies? They took the black guy off of the marketing. He was the lead in the first movie. They took him off of the marketing so they could make more money. if it was a if it was a woke cash, like, it doesn't make sense. They can't even make their own arguments. Outside of our opinions differing on Borderlands titles, we agree on many things in the space of gaming. Yeah, we do. Even if we didn't, I enjoy talking to you, so works. But it's people say stuff like that, and it's an interesting phenomenon where in internet spaces, particularly YouTube and gaming, and of course gaming YouTube, shitty marriage that, especially around the window of 2014 through 2018, had this really hard shift to the right because a lot of bigoted troll accounts just started saying things, and those takes started getting traction, and now it's all just brain rotted. And think about everything that came out in that window of time. 2014 to 2018, well, that was the Star Wars sequels trilogies, which I maintain are just poorly crafted movies with very little vision and heart behind them. But this idea that they're just like some insidious propaganda tool is like, how badly do you need to feel oppressed by the existence of minorities in fantasy settings? Like, how much do you need that? It's crazy to me. Motherfuckers be like, games are getting too political while playing the newest installment of the COD franchise. Yeah, there's people who legitimately go around thinking that things that they grew up with in entertainment have no political message to them. Like one of these idiots in that Star Wars comment section I was talking about actually made the assertion that Star Wars didn't used to be political. It's like, bro, what? They're Nazis. The Empire. That's it. That's the whole thing.
She's just a girl.
They're
and
Nazis.
she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
But that's the whole thing. In the prequel trilogy, there's a character that is the most thinly veiled Newt Gingrich reference possible, aka the dude who basically was the primary catalyst for U.S. right-leaning people going fucking insane. A lot of the strategies they use for subverting systems came from that guy. George Lucas was calling that out. Like, everything is political. Everything is a commentary on some sort of social or political thing. That's how we're able to connect to any of it at all. Hey, Dex, thanks for taking care of Vocal. I appreciate it. That's probably my favorite thing to come out on Starfield. Yeah, that's one of those self-professed real gamers over there. You guys remember when Wolfenstein New Colossus came out? And there were people angry that they made Wolfenstein political by having you kill Nazis? You remember that? Democracy Dies with Laws is basically a shot at the W administration. Yep. Like, you cannot forget that the prequel trilogy of Star Wars came out during the Bush administration. Obviously, the first one was in '99, so it was slightly before, but that was during the presidential run. Like, you think nothing in there was commentary on things that were happening in the world at the time? Nothing? None of it? Cool. Wonder how the Onions managed to stay in business. Coming up with fake headlines that are more unhinged than the real ones must be really tough. That's a really interesting topic, Vocal, because there's a lot of, like, Onion wannabes, and in particular, there's one that's like the conservative answer to the Onion. It goes by the name of the Babylon Bee, and infamously, they're not funny because satire kind of requires punching up, right? You're taking something that really happened and presenting it in a way, or something that really happened or something that could happen, you're presenting it in a way that points out the absurdity of reality. And that kind of thing only works when you punch up. But conservative comedy is punching down. It's going after whatever minority is the hot target of the day. Almost exclusively. So you have this outlet that tries to do the same thing as the Onion, but never gets to do it properly and has no staying power outside of, reactionary circle jerks. Because it's not funny, it's just being an asshole. The Onion works because all the Onion has to do is point at something that happened in the world and be like, that's pretty fucked, isn't it? That's kind of weird. Like that certified banger, that classic from them, regarding gun violence in the US, where it's something to the effect of, no way we could have prevented this, says only country where this happens regularly. So, like, that's like, oh, it has a bite to it. But, an answer to that from elsewhere on the political spectrum would be decidedly less, relatable. That's why the Onion works, because the Onion understands what satire is. How aggressive is the tracking here? Oh, very. Oh, there's even a helpful meter? It's so badass. Yo, this gun's actually cool. You could argue that the sequel trilogy's biggest failure is that it didn't have a real underlying political current, I think you could absolutely effectively make that argument, J-Bridge. Because the only time they really made an effort at a, an attempt at messaging is, it's like the twofold thing of, hey, if you're not careful, fascism always comes back, which is relevant right now, especially in 2023 political climate. But then the other thing is just a very safe, very stale, hey, war profiteering is bad. Like, yeah, it is. What else you got? I intentionally ran into this fight with a setup that doesn't buff this weapon much, just so I can see how it feels in place. That does trigger detonation trigger. Okay, I wasn't sure. That's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. I try to limit my exposure to all that dialogue online because it really is mentally exhausting. Absolutely. Absolutely. Limiting your intake is a healthy thing to do in this information age where we have so much access to so much knowledge of so much bad shit. Like, it's good that we can be more aware of the world we live in, make more informed decisions about our lives, and, care more about the misfortune of other people. That's all good, but it's also super easy to just get inundated by garbage, by people just in it to be assholes, and yeah, it's hard to avoid that. So good job limiting yourself. It's a good skill to develop. War profiteering is the American way, at least as far as I can tell. It certainly seems to spend our tax money on. Oh yeah, it's integral to how it works. The whole thing falls apart without it. Remember, the middle class in the U.S. was built on the post-World War II economy. It needed that war to happen. We get the Mandalorian painting how it's allowed to come back picture. That's not the place for it. That in a mainline entry would have definitely been impactful, especially, Last Jedi came out in 2017. 2017 was a particularly ripe target for messaging, which is probably why they chose to be so safe and stale with that movie, which is probably why it ended up so polarizing, because some people wanted some messaging from it, some people loved it because it actively avoided trying to have any substance in any direction. Everyone wants something different out of their media. In other news, though, I watched H Bomber Guy's video on vaccines causes some time ago. Holy shit, that rabbit hole is deep. People will invent rabbit holes for themselves. It's a compulsory thing. read an article a while back on how the brain of a conspiracy theory works, and it's an addiction. It's an addiction, and the way you reform these people is by treating it as an addiction and getting them the help they need. I'm gonna shoot the Monarch. I definitely want Challenger here. What do I do for my other class? I'm not reloading super often, so Gunslinger doesn't feel like it'd be great. Maybe I play Hunter for the first time in a while. Okay, so I'm ADSing a lot. Hunter's focus. Although, I like the global damage because I don't know what the mod scales with. Okay, I need to go back to the ward and test this. We got science to do. Take that off, take that off. It's fine for now. I could use the crystal from in here. Clear trait points too. That's in a controlled setting. Gotta do that. You know, one of the doctors, he lost his license soon after initially released a paper regarding that topic in an interview. Cure out his bone marrow. That's certainly a claim. I can't imagine he released any studies to support that sort of claim. Damn, how'd you know that? um it's just so there's this, how do I present this? Most people will assume and like discuss things within the bounds of what is logical, right? Like if you make an assertion, you provide the proof of, you know, you prove it. It's like this is why this is the case. And most people will operate under that rule set. But some people will invert that and be like, okay, you have to prove that I'm not right. And then that's the pipeline to people who just go say the craziest shit. Even people who were, you know, in this guy's case, formerly considered experts, just say the craziest shit because, like, the point is never to be logical. There's a contrarian motivation to it. There's a sort of because I can motivation to it, right? Like you'll see a lot of conspiracy theorists and pathological liars just go out and say shit just to get people to argue with them to feel validated. And the more that happens, the more it's created as a sort of viable standpoint from an outsider's perspective. why we have moon landing deniers. Like, it was humored for long enough that, despite it being very easily proven that, no, we've been to the moon, man.
Now I'm betting Riggs could help.
It's literally impossible to prove them wrong using logic because they never used to get at their conclusion in the first place. Yeah, you cannot apply logic to a situation devoid of logic, but you can rip logic out of a situation that was operating under those constraints. So, like, it's a one-way street. That's what makes it so difficult to like engage in that sort of discourse with those people. You can't. You're speaking different languages. You can't reason someone out of position they didn't use reason to get into. Yeah, like no matter how many receipts you bring, it's not going to change the mind of someone who was never interested in the existence of an opposing view anyway. Someone approaches a topic, and this applies to anything in life. This could be something from, heavy socio-political shit to, like, video game balance. Anything in life. If someone comes to the table and they are not trying to have a conversation at all, they can't be swayed. And I imagine you saw a lot of those people in your dip into the Borderlands subreddit vocal, because that's exactly how those people act and think. I'm gonna equip that for now. Okay, this is interesting. The mod starts as, like, charged. Oh, and then you have to fill it. That didn't apply the detonation trigger dot. Oh, that effect is still on. Okay. I see. This is a weird gun to figure out. So that ground slam bit applies detonation trigger. It counts as an explosion. But those lightning bolts don't seem to. Now I'm in this window of having unlimited reserve ammo. What other effects do I have? Extra damage. Okay, 20 seconds. Are there any effects that reduce mod duration? No, that's increase. How much does cast speed affect that? So there's a few stats I have a lot of interest in here for this particular weapon. We got fire rate, we got cast speed, we've got mod duration if there's any way to get a negative value on it. Let's see how many of those things I can get in one place, and then we'll go from there. I don't think there's any negative mod duration. Like, there's mod cost, there's positive mod duration, there's mod damage, which I guess I need to test to see if mod damage affects it when it's in its powered up state. That would be big if it did. Because, than Archon things. I got fire rate. Cast speed there, I guess. Elemental damage always good, but maybe not here for now. We'll see. Leave that empty for the moment. Those just stay indefinitely. This doesn't decay at all. That's... Okay, those stay until I force them out of existence. You can target terrain with that. Okay, this is really interesting. So, like, what's stopping me from... Nothing. That's so fucking cool. Okay, how do we weaponize that? Funniest thing I see is most people are not thinking before they speak and also not listening to what they said. The point is to say things, to be heard. Which is a very human thing, like everyone wants to feel recognized. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But it's when you do it at the expense of so many other people and important conversations and spaces, and that's when it's a problem. Too much of a universal attitude of fuck you, I'ma get mine. So does mod power gen affect how fast this fills? So we gotta test here. Sure does. You can loop it? How did that loop? Okay, blue means I'm firing tracker bullets. I guess I just had enough mod gen in that moment. Yeah. Interesting. This is an explosion, right? Okay. This is a really cool weapon. A real bullet hose. Makes me want to do fire rate, but there's, of course, other relevant stats to guns. See how well we do with More fire rate, no. Oh, we can use the Ring of Infinite Damage. Finally. 8% fire rate. Is haste also fire rate? Because it's action speed in general, but does that include how fast you shoot? I'm not testing that. Or even tells me to. I don't actually know how many fire rate increases are available. Fire rate, and I want mod gen here. With a bias towards fire rate. Prisoner's Ring could be good here if I can decide what I want to do with my secondary. I suppose that's a reason for me want to get Anguish. New sidearm. Okay, Frivolous Band is an option, but I have to perfect evade. Maybe that's not an unreasonable ask. Maybe that's too much of a cost. Compulsion Loop. That's up to 15%, but it's a mobbing thing. The last thing you need to boost in this game is mobbing ability. At least not in a way that doesn't work in single target. Projectile speed. I had Bandit here for the fire rate and the ammo sustain. Do I need that though? It is 10% fire rate, that's a lot. 30% effective mag size on average. I think Deadly Calm is like a lot more damage though. And Bullet Weaver makes a lot of sense. How does battery work here? Because you're not spending mod power, you're building mod power? How does that work? Mod power mods. You know, it does apply in some capacity, but like how though? I don't understand. I want to say the way this works though. I did get extra stacks. No, it just... Okay, no, it triggers on me using the spears, the harpoons. But that doesn't spend any mod power. I can just do that as much as I want. That's weird. So I could get 60% more weak spot damage just basically for free there. How much mod power is being spent there? There's a bunch of effects that it's checked for how much mod power you've used. It's just, I don't know how many of those are transferable to, like, other things. You're like, how does feedback work here? $11. So, chain of command has a mod cost of 55, but still counts as 400 for the purposes of battery? Or is it just iterating that 55 multiple times? No, because then I'd be building more than one stack per... This mod doesn't make any sense. That's really weird. Huh. I think Twisting Wounds is probably optimal. Farron's Sigil's cool here. Oh yeah, I should... $44... $44... $52... $52... 86 normal hit, 85, buff 68, 102. $68, 102. Does progress roll over? Okay, so this confirms mod damage doesn't work on this. Probably for the best. Still slightly unfortunate, but probably for the best. Jester's Bell is good here. Abrasive Whetstone, of course. Fire Security Lanyard. They changed how this works a little bit, but I think it's still good for this. It's okay. Not worth the slot, though. If that was a ring, maybe. It's not. I guess Downward Spiral will be okay. Like Death Wish. Insulation driver and layering, maybe. Maybe. Perish. Romantic Shadowheart Lazel is coming on to me. I said yes, and just fucked myself over. They'll make you choose at some point. I mean, although if you did this late enough, then maybe you did. I don't know how far in you are. picked one. Drink night. No, you're good. You still got room to choose. They'll force a choice at some point in your future. For the Grove? Yeah. How does that work? Okay. More headachy shit. So there's two things that count as a mod activation for this mod. Shooting the harpoon counts. You can see my cooldown jumping up. Here, I'll burn my skill again. But shooting the harpoon counts. But then that activating also counts. That's a pretty spammable mod. Oh, maybe Spirit Wisp Amulet there is actually decent. I'll try that. Go Rampage there. Gunslinger makes sense because fire rate, range damage, range crit chance, more ammo, reload speed, relic for auto fill of gun, and range damage buff. I'd get access to Bullet Storm for instant reload and even more fire rate. How does that compare to Hunter, though? Dealing weak spot damage. That's the duration of active Hunter skills. Could pretty easily hit a weak spot with this gun. I just have to stick the harpoon into one and then I'm good. Range damage, weak spot damage, range crit chance. So definitely more upfront damage from Hunter. Don't get that fire rate. How's Hunter's skill uptime? Hunter's focus, only having a 20-second duration, makes it so awkward to use for my personal tastes. Shroud, not suitable here. I guess Mark. Is that really worth the skill slot? Morning, business lady radio. How are you? Good to see you. Here having the big thonk. I should have stopped streaming like half an hour ago, but I got distracted by an interesting weapon. It is interesting and very weapony. Can I get away with Invader on this? I wouldn't get much out of Wormhole. Can run decoys. Does reboot back up? Good. I love weapons. Legally changing my name to Weapon. Let's try Gunslinger. I think Bullet Storm is too good to pass up here. Rampage Bullet Storm's a tried and true, just good combo. Definitely get mod gen here. Amplitude resonance, glutton. I've been enjoying going 3 regrowth lately. No bark skin's a little monka. No triage either. I'm doing Tormented Heart, maybe I can get away with it. But will I be doing Tormented Heart? Really, Diverting Heart's pretty good here too. No, I'll just go Tranquil. Easy. We can go... How would mod cost even interact there? I have so many questions. This is such a weird mod. Scratch dies familiar. I've never used Scratch as a familiar because I've always been afraid of that. To be perfectly honest. Continuance makes some sense there. I don't need Mariner. Although, do I go the lifesteal route? I don't think I do. I don't think I do. Increased mod and skill damage could be good here, but I don't expect my mod damage to be anything relevant. Red Ring of Death to improve my bleed. No, I don't think that's worth. Like, how do I handle mod gen here? I feel like I need more mod gen than I have. Because I don't want to run follower because that lowers my fire rate. I don't want to run malevolence because I'm not doing enough in the way of elemental damage. I mean, unless I opt for corrosive rounds over bleed. Still going through, crowd must be going good. It is a really weird gun, Nunu, that blindsided me and distracted me, and has me still here streaming despite the fact that that I should stop. I just don't know. Maybe I get away with this Farron sigil. Maybe that's enough. I don't know what to do with this one slot. Guess we do Drive Clearing. Redo my traits. Because if I'm doing Tranquil Heart, I don't need Glutton. I would go with Regrowth. Those are so good, though. I like Resonance for increasing Challenger aura size. I had very little confidence in this working well.
Those guns that Brabus sells are better for killing than hunting.
That's the kind of thing I want to hit multiple targets with. Flying the bleed over there is cool, but it's no. How are you? Just hello to chat, not me. I understand. How does Bandit work here? Oh, yeah, not the way Bandit used to work. That would have been functionally infinite with old Bandit. Interesting.
I'm betting Riggs can help me out. I should stop by sometime.
3% for every 300 mod power, so I'd be getting... Just use that to cool down. Duration boost going crazy. That's cheeky. So because Monarch has an infinitely spammable mod, use that to cool down your skills very quickly. What if I put that on as well? I have enough crit rate, to be honest. Slow that down slightly. Or enough fire rate, rather. Want more crit rate. Okay, quick 5-minute test of this. Quick 5-minute test. Because I do gotta go do other stuff, but quick 5-minute test. Hope everyone's having a fantastic day today. Quick, he says. Yes.
What? What's that smell?
Ow. I guess I need to pop skills for that.
Together.
me to ignite myself there. It's a very awkward gun. I like it though. It's interesting. Just figuring out an actual situation where it's worth its gimmick is gonna be a little wild. Maybe bosses with certain hitboxes. Mother Mine probably a good testing spot. It's probably pretty great on Annihilation, to be honest. As well. Okay, let's see how this goes.
That's it?
Like I said, 5-minute test. Haha, that's cool. Really nice here. Unfortunately, it doesn't do that much damage, but I'm sure if I built for weak spot. Yeah, like shooting through one target and hitting another is definitely how you have to use this thing. I don't know if I'd call it good, but it's cool. Jeez, in the machine. Good job. Well done. Small victories are still victories. The test scratch familiar. My opinion of you will change depending on the outcome. We're gonna talk to a goblin fight. Rude. How did I fall? What even happened? me falling down. Yeah, I definitely need to build actual damage for this gun to do anything. Its CPS is quite low, but it's mechanically so interesting. Come on. I was gonna say, if I have to do another cycle... So, my guess is they likely tuned the damage on this around, like, under Gunslinger. Which is why it feels so low now. Which is probably fair, because Hug's damage output, but on a weapon that aimbots and has multi-target capability, seems pretty good. Seems pretty good. That's something I want to mess around with more. But as for right now, stomach is just getting mad at me. And I need to get something to drink. But thank you guys for hanging out. Nightbot, are you alive? There you are. Thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate it. Appreciate you. Hope you had a good time today. I plan on being live tomorrow. Probably this. Anyone live feel like raiding? Lazy made it to BL3 on Insanity %. Good for him. Probably, I'll probably hang out over there once I feel a little better. But yeah, no raid or anything. I drink some water, wash your ass. Bye.